Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more Nightbound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The letter arrived on a Thursday, which Watson would later find peculiar, though he couldn't say why Thursdays should be exempt from bearing strange news. It came with the afternoon post, slipping between a bill from his tailor and an invitation to a medical society dinner he had no intention of attending. The envelope was thick, cream-coloured, and marked with Swiss postage, the kind of envelope that suggested someone had taken time with their correspondence, had considered the weight of paper and the quality of ink. Watson held it near the window of his study, where October light filtered through London's perpetual veil of coal smoke and autumn mist. The handwriting was unfamiliar, careful and slanted, the letters pressed deep into the paper as if the writer had wanted to be certain each word would last. There was something in that pressure, in the deliberate formation of each curve and line, that made Watson's fingers hesitate before breaking the seal. The room around him held the comfortable quiet of a Thursday afternoon. The distant clatter of a hansom cab on the street below, the soft tick of the mantel clock that was always 3 minutes slow, the faint scent of the pipe tobacco he'd given up twice and resumed 3 times since his wife had passed. His housekeeper, Mrs. Henley, was somewhere in the depths of the house, and the sound of her humming drifted up through the floorboards like smoke, tuneless but oddly comforting. He opened the letter. The paper inside was of the same quality as the envelope, and the message was written in English, though certain phrases carried the formal precision of someone who had learned the language thoroughly, but not natively. It was dated 2 weeks prior, from Meiringen, a village Watson knew only from maps and from memory, the kind of memory that sits heavy in the chest and refuses to fade even when one wishes it would. "Dear Dr. Watson," the letter began, and already Watson felt the floor of his comfortable study shift slightly, as though the foundations of his Thursday afternoon had developed a crack. "You do not know me, but I know of you through your writings, and through the many travellers who passed through my establishment speaking of the great detective Sherlock Holmes and his loyal companion. My name is Franz Steiler, and I am the proprietor of the Englischer Hof in Meiringen, Switzerland. I write to you on a matter most strange, and I confess I would not write at all if the occurrences I must describe had not repeated with such regularity that I can no longer attribute them to fancy or to the tricks that mountain mist can play upon the eyes." Watson set the letter down on his desk, smoothed it with his palm, then picked it up again. Outside, a vendor was calling something about chestnuts, and the sound seemed to come from very far away. For the past 6 weeks, the letter continued. Visitors to Reichenbach Falls have reported seeing 2 figures near the precipice at twilight. They appear as shadows at first, or so the witnesses claim, and then with greater clarity, 2 men locked in what appears to be a mortal struggle. They are seen at the very edge where the path narrows and the mist rises thickest from the gorge below. The figures do not move across the landscape, but seem to repeat the same terrible choreography, a grappling, a swaying, and then a fall that never quite completes itself. The vision lasts perhaps 30 seconds, sometimes a full minute, and then it dissolves into the spray and shadow as though it had never been. Watson found that he had sat down, though he did not remember the act of sitting. The chair was leather, worn soft over years, and it held him the way familiar things do when the unfamiliar arrives uninvited. The witnesses are not fanciful people, Dr. Watson. They are tourists, yes, but also local shepherds, the postman, and my own staff. They describe the figures with remarkable consistency. 2 men of similar height, dark-clothed, their movements suggesting both violence and a strange kind of grace, as though they are locked not merely in combat but in some choreographed dance from which neither can escape. Some say they hear sounds, a cry, or perhaps the rush of wind, but the falls themselves are so loud that it is difficult to know what sounds belong to the vision and what belongs to the water's eternal roar. The letter went on for another page, detailing the growing unease in the village, the reluctance of some guides to take tourists to the falls as evening approached, the whispered theories that range from the scientific to the supernatural. Herr Steiler himself seemed uncertain what to believe, but he wrote with the practical concern of a man whose livelihood depended on the comfort and safety of visitors, and whose community was beginning to fracture under the weight of inexplicable events. "I would not presume to trouble you," the letter concluded, "except that I recall from your accounts that Mr. Holmes met his fate, or appeared to meet his fate, at these very falls in the company of the criminal Moriarty. I do not wish to disturb old grief, but I cannot help but wonder if these apparitions, if that is what they are, have some connection to those tragic events of years past. If there is any explanation you might provide, or if you know of anyone who might investigate this matter, I would be most grateful. The falls have always been a place of natural wonder, but now they are becoming a place of fear, and that serves no one." The letter was signed with a flourish that suggested Herr Steiler had practiced his signature in English until it looked properly authoritative. Watson set the letter down and discovered that his hands were shaking slightly, the kind of tremor that comes not from fear but from the body remembering what the mind has tried to forget. He rose and went to the window, pressing his palm against the cool glass. London sprawled below, vast and smoky and indifferent, a city that had swallowed 1,000 mysteries and would swallow 1,000 more. It had been 7 years since Reichenbach, 7 years since he had stood at the edge of that terrible precipice, reading Holmes' final note, understanding with a certainty that felt like drowning that his friend was gone. 7 years since he had returned to London and tried to resume a life that felt, ever after, like a poor copy of the life he'd had before. Oh, there had been the revelation 3 years later, Holmes emerging from the shadows, alive and infuriatingly pleased with his own theatrical resurrection. There had been reunion, relief, anger, and eventually a return to their old partnership, though something had shifted between them, some quality of innocence or certainty that could not quite be recovered. They had worked together again, solved cases, fallen back into rhythms that were almost like the old rhythms, but not quite. And then, gradually, they drifted. Holmes to his bees, and his chemistry, and his increasingly solitary existence in Sussex. Watson to his practice, his writing, his own quiet life that felt both peaceful and somehow provisional, as though he were always waiting for the next summons that would pull him back into Holmes's orbit. But there had been no summons for nearly a year now. The last case had been a small affair involving a stolen necklace and a blackmailing coachman, solved in an afternoon with almost contemptuous ease. Holmes had seemed bored even in the solving of it, and when Watson had suggested dinner afterward, Holmes had declined, citing experiments that required his attention. Watson had not pressed the matter. Now this letter, arriving on a Thursday with Swiss postage, and news of phantoms locked in eternal combat at the place where Holmes had nearly died, or had pretended to die, depending on how one chose to remember it. Watson turned from the window and read the letter again, more slowly this time. The details were strange, certainly, but not impossible. Mist and light could create remarkable illusions, especially in a place where water vapour rose constantly from the gorge, catching the low sun of evening, bending and refracting in ways that might suggest shapes where no shapes existed. Add to that the power of suggestion, the knowledge that Reichenbach was the site of a famous tragedy, written about in newspapers and journals, and it was not difficult to imagine how witnesses might see what they expected to see, or what their imaginations prepared them to see. And yet, Watson sat down again and drew a sheet of paper toward him, uncapped his pen. He would write to Holmes, of course. The matter clearly required investigation, and if anyone could untangle the rational explanation from the suggestion and superstition, it was Holmes. Whether Holmes would be interested was another question. The great detective's retirement had been punctuated by occasional returns to investigative work, but never with the consuming passion of earlier years. He had become, in his own words, selectively engaged with the world's mysteries, which Watson understood to mean that he could no longer be bothered with anything that failed to intellectually stimulate him beyond a certain threshold. But this, phantoms at Reichenbach Falls, the very site of his greatest confrontation, his supposed death, his triumphant return, surely this would pique even Holmes's jaded interest. "Dear Holmes," Watson wrote, then paused. Outside, the afternoon was drawing itself toward evening, the light taking on that particular quality of October in London, golden and melancholy at once, as though the sun itself was nostalgic for summer. I hope this letter finds you well, and that your bees are thriving. I write on a matter that may interest you, or may not. You alone can determine which. He copied out the relevant portions of Herr Steiler's letter, keeping his tone neutral, reportorial. He did not mention his own unease, the way his hands had shaken, the sudden vivid memory of standing at the falls 7 years ago, rain-soaked and grief-stricken, certain that he had lost the best friend he would ever have. I thought you should be made aware, Watson concluded. If you believe the matter warrants investigation, I am at your disposal. If not, I may make inquiries on my own, as the situation seems to be causing genuine distress in the community. Either way, I would value your thoughts. He signed it, sealed it, and took it downstairs to leave with the Evening Post. Mrs. Henley was in the kitchen, rolling pastry with the methodical rhythm of someone who'd been rolling pastry for 40 years, and would continue for 40 more, should her constitution allow it. She looked up as Watson entered. "Letter for the Evening Post, Mrs. Henley. Sussex, if you'd be so kind." She wiped her hands on her apron and took the envelope, glancing at the address. "Mr. Holmes, is it? Haven't heard from him in ages. Is he keeping well?" "I believe so," Watson said. "As well as a man who chooses to live alone with insects for company." Mrs. Henley made a disapproving sound that suggested she had opinions about gentlemen who kept bees instead of proper Christian households, but she said only, "I'll see it goes out with the 6 o'clock collection." Watson thanked her and returned to his study, where Herr Steiler's letter still lay on his desk, cream-coloured and heavy with its strange news. He folded it carefully and placed it in his desk drawer, though he knew he would take it out again before the evening was done, would read it once more by lamplight, would trace the details and try to find the shape of reason within them. Outside, London continued its vast, indifferent churning, and somewhere in Sussex, Watson imagined, Holmes was among his hives, watching the autumn light slant across his garden, perhaps thinking of nothing more pressing than the winter preparations his bees required. Or perhaps not. Perhaps Holmes, too, was receiving strange correspondence, or had already received it. Perhaps he was even now planning a journey to Switzerland, driven by curiosity or concern or that peculiar compulsion that had always pulled him toward mysteries the way water is pulled toward the sea, inevitably, irresistibly, without need for explanation or justification. Watson rose and lit the lamp on his desk, though the room was not yet fully dark. The flame caught and steadied, casting a warm circle of light that pushed back the encroaching shadows. He settled into his chair with a medical journal he had been meaning to read for weeks, determined to pass the evening in useful occupation, to not dwell on Swiss waterfalls or phantom figures or memories that served no purpose beyond unsettling a quiet Thursday that had begun with such ordinary promise. But the words on the page swam and refused to cohere, and his mind kept returning to Reichenbach, to the sound of water falling endlessly, to mist rising like ghosts, to the terrible moment of understanding that some losses leave echoes that never quite fade, no matter how many years pass, no matter how many Thursdays arrive and depart with their ordinary posts and their ordinary light. He would go to Switzerland, Watson realised. Whether Holmes joined him or not, whether there was any rational explanation for the sightings or not, he would go. Because some places demand return, some ghosts require confronting, and some mysteries are less about finding answers than about finding the courage to ask the questions that have waited, patient and insistent, in the shadows of memory. The lamp burned steady on his desk, and outside London settled into evening, and somewhere distant in the mountains of Switzerland 2 figures were locked in eternal combat at the edge of a precipice, falling and never quite reaching the end. The reply from Holmes arrived with unexpected swiftness, as though it had been written the moment Watson's letter reached Sussex, perhaps even before. It was brief, in the manner of all Holmes's correspondence. He had never been a man to waste words when silence or brevity would serve, but it carried an urgency that Watson recognised immediately, having learned long ago to read between the sparse lines of his friend's communications. Watson, it read, with no preamble or pleasantry, I am already aware of the Reichenbach situation. I've been monitoring reports for 3 weeks. The matter requires immediate attention, though not for reasons the innkeeper suspects. Meet me in Meiringen Tuesday next. I will arrive on the evening train from Interlaken. Bring warm clothing and your service revolver. The mountains are cold this time of year, and other things may prove colder still. H. Watson read the note twice, standing in his hallway with the Morning Post still scattered on the silver tray where Mrs. Henley had left it. The brevity did not surprise him. Holmes had never been effusive, but the tone did. There was something in those few lines that suggested not mere interest but concern, and Holmes did not concern himself lightly with matters unless they touched upon something deeper than surface mystery. "I am already aware," Holmes had written, which meant he had been investigating independently, tracking reports, following some thread of logic or suspicion that had led him to the same conclusion as Herr Steiler, that something at Reichenbach Falls required attention, and that word, immediate. Watson folded the note and slipped it into his pocket, then climbed the stairs to his bedroom where his travelling trunk sat in the corner, patient and dust-covered, waiting as it always waited for the next journey that would pull him away from his comfortable London life and back into Holmes's world of puzzles and dangers and truths that hid themselves in shadows. The journey to Switzerland unfolded in stages, each one carrying Watson further from the familiar and closer to something he could not quite name. Anticipation, perhaps, or dread, or that peculiar mixture of both that comes when returning to a place where one has experienced profound loss. First, the train to Dover, rattling through Kent's October countryside where the fields lay stubbled and bare, the hedgerows sparse, the light taking on that quality of northern autumn, where it seems always to be either just past dawn or approaching dusk, never quite committing to full day. Watson shared his compartment with a vicar who read his Bible with moving lips, and a young mother whose child slept against her shoulder, breathing soft and steady. Neither spoke to him, and he was grateful for the silence, for the opportunity to watch England scroll past the window like a series of watercolours, each scene blending into the next with gentle inevitability. The crossing was rough. The Channel in October had opinions about travellers and expressed them through choppy water and wind that tasted of salt and coming winter. Watson stood on deck despite the cold, watching the white cliffs recede until England was nothing but a grey line on the horizon, then nothing at all. The water stretched vast and indifferent, neither welcoming nor hostile, simply present in the way that ancient things are present, having been there long before human concerns and prepared to remain long after. France arrived, as it always did, with different light and different voices and the particular smell of continental stations. Coffee and tobacco and coal smoke mixing with something indefinably foreign, some quality of the air itself that announced this was not home, these were not your streets, you are a visitor here and will remain one no matter how long you stay. Watson changed trains in Paris, barely glimpsing the city beyond the station, then again in Lausanne, where the mountains began to assert themselves on the horizon, first as suggestions in the distance, then as presences that dominated the landscape, white-peaked and ancient, caring nothing for the small trains that crawled between them or the smaller people those trains contained. By the time Watson reached Interlaken, the Alps surrounded him entirely, and he felt the particular vertigo that comes from being enclosed by geography, larger than oneself, older than oneself, indifferent to oneself in a way that is both humbling and oddly comforting. The mountains had been here before Napoleon, before the Romans, before any human had thought to map them or name them or build railways through their valleys. They would be here long after the last train had rusted and the last tourist had taken their final photograph and returned to whatever lowland home they'd come from. The local train to Meiringen was smaller, more intimate, crowded with Swiss farmers and German tourists, and a group of English climbers who discussed rope techniques with the earnest enthusiasm of people who have found their passion, and cannot imagine why everyone else has not found it too. Watson listened to their conversation with half an ear, noting the technical terms he did not understand, the easy camaraderie of shared expertise, the way they gestured toward the mountains visible through the windows as though the peaks were old friends they were eager to visit. The valley narrowed as they travelled, the mountains pressing closer, their slopes thick with pine that darkened as evening approached, the trees becoming shadows, then suggestions, then merging with the general darkness that gathered in the low places while the peaks still held the last sunlight, like a secret they were reluctant to release. Meiringen announced itself first as lights in the gathering dusk, then as a collection of buildings clustered in the valley where the Reichenbach stream joined the Aar, the village settling into the landscape with the ease of a place that had been there for centuries and saw no reason to apologise for its existence or explain itself to visitors. The station was small, wood-panelled, warm with lamplight. Watson stepped onto the platform and felt the mountain air wrap around him, sharp and clean, carrying scents of pine and snow and something mineral, some quality of stone and water that spoke of depths and heights and distances beyond human measuring. Herr Steiler was waiting at the station entrance, recognisable from his letter's description. A man of middle years with a round, honest face and the bearing of someone who has spent his life making strangers comfortable in unfamiliar places. He wore a traditional Swiss dress, his jacket embroidered with flowers that would have seemed absurd to an Englishman but looked entirely natural here, as though he had grown from the landscape itself and brought its patterns with him. "Dr. Watson?" he inquired, his accent careful, his English precise. "I received your telegram. Welcome to Meiringen. I hope the journey was not too tiring." Watson shook his hand, grateful for the warmth of the greeting, the simple human kindness of it. "Not at all. Your letter was most intriguing, Herr Steiler. I'm grateful you thought to contact me." "It seemed only right," Steiler said, taking Watson's bag with the automatic courtesy of a professional host. "The situation has become most unusual, and when one has unusual situations in the mountains, one thinks of Mr. Holmes, and when one thinks of Mr. Holmes, one thinks of Dr. Watson." He smiled, a gentle expression that carried no irony. "Your writings are popular here. Many British visitors ask to see the falls because of your accounts." They walked through the village, and Watson found himself noticing details with the heightened awareness that comes from being in a new place, the way the buildings were constructed, solid and practical, built to withstand winter. The sound of water running through channels beside the streets constant and musical, the warm light spilling from windows where families were gathering for evening meals, the particular quality of silence between the sounds, a mountain silence that felt thick and textured, alive with its own presence. The Englischer Hof stood at the village centre, 3 stories of timber and stone with carved balconies and window boxes that still held the last autumn flowers, geraniums gone leggy with approaching winter, but still defiantly blooming, red against dark wood. Light glowed from every window, and Watson could smell cooking, something with onions and cheese, rich and welcoming. "Mr. Holmes has not yet arrived," Steiler said as they entered the warm lobby, where a fire burned in a stone hearth large enough to roast an ox. "But I expect him on the evening train, as you said. I've prepared adjoining rooms for you both, overlooking the garden. You will be comfortable, I think." Watson's room was indeed comfortable, simple but well appointed, with a feather bed that looked inviting after days of travel, a writing desk positioned near the window, and that same warm light that seemed to characterize the entire establishment. He washed, changed his collar, and was descending the stairs for dinner when he heard the commotion in the lobby. Not quite an argument, but an animated discussion in rapid Swiss German that carried the tone of people deeply invested in a disagreement they had been having for some time. Herr Steiler emerged from his office looking harassed, followed by an elderly man in shepherd's clothing and a younger woman wearing the practical dress of a housemaid. Both were speaking at once, gesturing toward the windows, toward the mountains beyond. "Ah, Dr. Watson," Steiler said, relief evident in his voice. "Perhaps you can help settle this matter. Jacob here insists he saw the figures again this evening, just at twilight. But Greta says it is impossible. The mist was too thick today. One could see nothing clearly." The old shepherd, Jacob, turned to Watson with the intensity of someone who has seen something unexplainable and requires validation. "2 men," he said in thickly accented English, holding up 2 gnarled fingers, "fighting at the edge where the path is narrow. I see them clear as I see you now, Doctor. Clear as day, though it was not day, it was the between time when light is leaving. They struggle, they turn, they are falling, but they never fall. The mist takes them, and they are gone." "The mist was very thick," Greta insisted, her English better than Jacob's, her tone suggesting this was not the first time she'd disputed his claims. "I was walking back from my mother's house. I could barely see the path before me. How could anyone see figures at the falls in such conditions?" "Because they were there," Jacob said stubbornly. "I know what I saw." Watson looked between them, recognizing the fundamental impasse of all such discussions, the unbridgeable gap between those who have experienced something inexplicable and those who have not, between direct witness and reasonable skepticism. He had stood on both sides of that gap at various times in his life, had been both the doubter and the believer, and he knew that logic alone would not resolve the matter. "How long have you lived in these mountains, Jacob?" Watson asked gently. The old man straightened, proud. 73 years come spring. Born in Meiringen, will die in Meiringen, God willing. Know every path, every rock, every turn of weather these mountains can make." "Then I believe you saw something," Watson said. "Whether it was what you think you saw, that's another question. But a man who has lived 73 years in a place learns to trust his eyes, even when what they show him makes no sense." Jakob nodded, satisfied, and Greta made a small sound that might have been exasperation, or might have been the beginning of acceptance. Herr Steiler looked grateful for the diplomatic resolution, and ushered both of them toward the dining room with promises of hot food and good wine. Watson stood alone in the lobby, listening to the fire crackle, feeling the weight of the journey settle into his bones. Through the window, he could see the mountains rising black against a sky still holding the last blue of day. And somewhere beyond the village, somewhere up in those darkening heights, the Reichenbach Falls were falling, constant and indifferent, wearing away stone with patient determination, creating the mist that rose and caught the light and played tricks on the eyes of the old shepherds who thought they saw ghosts locked in eternal combat. Or perhaps not tricks at all. Perhaps something else entirely. Watson turned toward the dining room, following the scent of food and the sound of voices, aware that Holmes would arrive soon, would bring with him explanations or theories, or that peculiar certainty he carried like other men carried pocket watches. And together they would go up to the falls, would stand where they had stood 7 years ago, would confront whatever waited there, whether phantom or fraud or something stranger still. The mountains held their silence, and the water fell and fell, and the evening deepened toward night with the slow inevitability of all things that cannot be hurried and will not be stopped. Holmes arrived with the last train, stepping onto the platform as though he had never left Switzerland, as though the 7 years since Reichenbach had been merely a pause in a conversation he was now ready to resume. He carried only a small travelling bag and wore a long coat that had seen better days, its collar turned up against the mountain cold. His face was thinner than Watson remembered from their last meeting, the angles sharper, the eyes more deeply set, but the expression was familiar, that look of focused intensity that suggested his mind was already several steps ahead of the present moment, working through possibilities and probabilities with the mechanical precision of a calculating engine. Watson met him at the platform, and for a moment they simply looked at each other, two men who had shared more than most brothers share, who had faced death together and triumphed together, and the long stretches of ordinary life that lie between the dramatic moments, and who had learned that friendship, like all living things, changes shape over time without necessarily diminishing in substance. "Watson," Holmes said, and there was warmth in his voice, genuine warmth beneath the habitual reserve. "You're looking well. London clearly agrees with you, or perhaps it's the absence of my cases that allows you proper rest." "The cases were never the problem," Watson replied. "It was your habit of solving them at 3 a.m. with violin accompaniment that tested my constitution." Holmes smiled, a brief quirk of his mouth that came and went like summer lightning. "I've limited myself to daytime investigations in my retirement. The bees are early risers and take a dim view of nocturnal disturbances." He shouldered his bag. "Shall we? I assume Steiler has us both adequately housed, and I confess the journey has left me with a considerable appetite." They walked through the village together, and Watson found himself relaxing into the familiar rhythm of Holmes' presence, the way his friend's eyes constantly moved, cataloguing details, noting inconsistencies, reading the world like a text written specifically for his interpretation. Nothing escaped that gaze, not the fresh cart tracks in the street, not the late-season flowers in the window boxes, not the nervous glance a young man gave them as they passed, though what Holmes made of these observations he kept, as always, to himself until he deemed the moment right for revelation. The Englischer Hof welcomed them with the same warm light and good smells, and Herr Steiler himself emerged from the dining room to greet Holmes with the mixture of deference and genuine pleasure that people often showed when meeting someone whose reputation had preceded them by considerable distance. "Mr. Holmes, an honour truly. Your room is ready, and dinner is being kept warm, but perhaps you would like to wash first. The mountain trains are comfortable, but—" "Dinner first, I think," Holmes interrupted gently. "And perhaps you could join us, Herr Steiler? I have questions, and I suspect you have more information than you included in your letter to Watson." Steiler blinked, surprised. Yes, of course. though I'm not sure what additional information I might provide." "People rarely are," Holmes said, not unkindly. "That's what makes investigation necessary." They settled at a corner table in the dining room, which had emptied of other guests save for an elderly couple dining in companionable silence near the fire and a young man sketching in a notebook while his soup grew cold. The food arrived: venison in a rich sauce, potatoes roasted with herbs, bread still warm from the oven, and a local wine that tasted of the mountains themselves, mineral and clean. Holmes ate with the methodical efficiency of someone fueling a machine rather than enjoying a meal. But Watson noticed he did eat, which was an improvement over some of their cases where Holmes had subsisted entirely on coffee and nervous energy until the mystery resolved itself or Watson forced sustenance upon him through sheer stubborn concern. "Tell me about the first sighting," Holmes said without preamble, setting down his fork. "Not the details you included in the letter, but the circumstances around it. Who saw it first? What time precisely? What were they doing at the falls?" Steeler gathered his thoughts, his round face creasing with concentration. "The first report came from an English couple, the Hendersons. They were staying here 6 weeks ago, touring the Alps. Very respectable people. He's a solicitor from Manchester. She paints watercolours. They had gone up to the falls in late afternoon, wanting to capture the light for her paintings. When they returned, they seemed unsettled. Mrs. Henderson particularly. She described seeing 2 figures near the precipice, struggling with each other, and she was quite insistent that they were not living people." "What made her certain of that?" Watson asked. "She said they were there and then not there. One moment visible, the next moment gone, with no possibility of them having moved away. The path is narrow at that point, you understand. There's nowhere to go quickly. And the way they moved," she said, "it was not natural. Like a film being played, the same movements repeating." Holmes leaned forward slightly. "Repeating exactly?" "So she claimed." Mr. Henderson was more sceptical. He thought perhaps they had seen actual people and the mist had confused their perception. But his wife was adamant. Steeler paused. "I thought little of it at first. Tourists sometimes see things, especially in the unfamiliar mountains. The altitude, the light, the legends." "What legends?" Holmes asked sharply. Steeler shifted in his seat, uncomfortable. "Well, there are always legends in mountains, Mr. Holmes. Stories of spirits and omens. And specifically here, after what happened 7 years ago, there has been talk. Some of the older villagers believe that violent deaths leave impressions, that the mountains remember and sometimes show what they remember." "Superstition," Watson said firmly. "Perhaps," Steeler agreed, "but superstition becomes more difficult to dismiss when 20 different people describe seeing the same thing. After the Hendersons, there were more reports, a local guide, 3 German tourists, my own niece, who is a sensible girl and not given to fancies, Jacob, whom you met earlier. He has seen the figures 4 times now." "Always at twilight?" Holmes asked. "Nearly always, between the time when full daylight leaves the valley and true dark settles, the between time, as Jacob calls it. Though there was one sighting at dawn, reported by a shepherd checking his flock. He described the same scene. 2 men locked in struggle at the edge of the precipice." Holmes was silent for a moment, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, his eyes fixed on some point in the middle distance that only he could see. Watson recognized the posture, his friend sifting through information, arranging facts into patterns, discarding impossibilities until only the improbable remained. "Has anyone attempted to photograph the phenomenon?" Holmes asked finally. Steeler's face brightened. "Yes, an amateur photographer from Geneva, a Monsieur Bouchard. He spent 3 evenings at the falls with his equipment, hoping to capture an image. He was there 2 nights ago." "And?" Watson prompted. "Nothing. He saw nothing, and his photographic plates showed only mist and rock and water. He was quite frustrated. He had been certain he would document something extraordinary. Or perhaps he documented exactly what needed documenting," Holmes murmured. "The absence of something can be as informative as its presence." He turned to Watson. "Tomorrow we'll speak with these witnesses ourselves. I want detailed accounts, not what they think they saw, but precise descriptions of conditions, timing, positions. The human mind is an unreliable narrator, but it leaves clues in the details it chooses to remember." After dinner, Steeler excused himself to attend to other guests, and Watson and Holmes moved to the lobby where the fire had burned down to embers that glowed like captured sunset. Holmes produced his pipe and tobacco pouch, and the familiar ritual of filling and lighting brought a sense of normalcy to the strange evening, a reminder that some things remained constant even when ghosts appeared at waterfalls and old cases refused to remain buried. "You said in your letter that you were already aware of the situation," Watson began carefully. "How long have you been monitoring this?" Holmes drew on his pipe, the tobacco catching and glowing. "I received a communication 3 weeks ago from an old contact in Bern, someone who keeps me informed of unusual occurrences that might have criminal dimensions. The reports from Reichenbach caught his attention, and he thought I should be made aware." "Criminal dimensions? You think someone is staging these apparitions deliberately?" "I think," Holmes said slowly, "that Reichenbach Falls is not a random location for mysterious phenomena. It's a place of significance, Watson. To the public, yes, because of the accounts you published, but also to a very specific group of people who might have reasons to evoke memories of what happened there." Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air seeping through the windows. Moriarty's organisation. What remains of it, yes. We dismantled the network, but networks have a way of rebuilding themselves, especially when there's profit to be made and no strong hand controlling operations. Nature abhors a vacuum, and so does organised crime. Holmes stood and walked to the window, looking out at the mountains that were now only darker shapes against a dark sky. There have been signs over the past year, small indicators that someone is attempting to reunify the scattered elements of Moriarty's old empire. Nothing concrete enough to act upon, but enough to watch. And you think this spectacle at the falls is connected? I think it's too convenient to be coincidence. Reichenbach is where Moriarty fell, where I supposedly died, where the greatest criminal mind of the age met his end. If someone wanted to invoke his memory, to suggest his return or continuation, to attract the loyalty of his former associates, this would be an ideal location for theatre. Watson absorbed this, the implications spreading through his mind like ink in water. But why apparitions? Why not something more direct? Because mythology is powerful, Watson, more powerful than facts in many cases. A ghost is more compelling than a successor, an omen more convincing than an argument. If you can make people believe that Moriarty's spirit lingers, that his influence transcends death, you've created something that cannot be arrested or opposed by ordinary means. You've created fear and fascination, and both are useful tools for someone building a criminal empire. They were silent for a moment, listening to the fire settle, to the distant sound of water that might have been the village fountain, or might have been the echo of larger waters falling somewhere in the darkness beyond the town. "Tomorrow," Holmes said finally, "we'll begin with the witnesses. I want to understand precisely what they've seen, what they believe they've seen, and what they've convinced themselves they should have seen. Human perception is a collaborative process between eye and mind, and the mind often contributes more than it should." "And then?" Watson asked. "Then we go to the falls ourselves. We observe, we wait. And if these apparitions are being manufactured, we determine how and by whom." Holmes turned from the window, his face half in shadow, half in the dying firelight. "But Watson, I need you to understand something. If this is what I suspect, if someone is deliberately invoking Moriarty's memory, using Reichenbach as a rallying point for criminal enterprise, then we're not dealing with a simple hoax or a clever illusionist. We're dealing with someone who understands the power of symbols, who knows that I would come if summoned, and who may be using these apparitions as bait for a trap far more complex than phantom figures at a waterfall." Watson met his friend's gaze steadily. "Then it's fortunate I brought my revolver as instructed." Holmes smiled, that brief, genuine expression of warmth that appeared so rarely and meant so much when it did. "It's good to have you beside me again, Watson, even in such circumstances, especially in such circumstances." They parted for the night, climbing the stairs to their adjoining rooms, and Watson lay in his comfortable bed listening to the sounds of the Swiss village settling into sleep. The distant bark of a dog, the murmur of voices from the street below, the perpetual whisper of water flowing through channels and falling from heights, constant and patient, wearing away stone with the inevitability of all natural forces that work not through violence, but through persistence. Somewhere in the darkness, the Reichenbach Falls were falling, and somewhere near them perhaps figures appeared and struggled and fell without falling, locked in a choreography that served purposes Watson could only begin to imagine. He thought of Moriarty, that spider at the centre of a web he had never fully understood, that mind that had matched Holmes's own in brilliance and exceeded it in malevolence. 7 years dead, or supposedly dead, tumbled into the abyss along with Holmes, the two of them locked together in that final struggle. And now someone wanted to resurrect that memory, to use it for purposes that would become clear only when Holmes unravelled the threads and followed them to their source. Watson closed his eyes and listened to the water and the darkness and waited for morning. Morning came to Meiringen with the particular clarity that mountain air brings, the light sharp and clean, scrubbing away the mysteries of the previous night and replacing them with the solid reassurance of breakfast smells and church bells and the practical business of a village going about its day. Watson woke to find sunshine streaming through his window, illuminating dust motes that drifted with the languid grace of things that have nowhere urgent to be. And for a moment, just a moment, he could almost believe that the previous evening's conversation had been exaggerated, that phantom figures and criminal conspiracies were the stuff of overwrought imagination rather than sober reality. Then he heard Holmes moving in the adjoining room, the familiar sounds of his friend's morning routine, the splash of water in the basin, the careful footsteps, the brief muttered conversation with himself that suggested he was already deep in thought, working through some problem that had followed him into sleep and out again. And Watson remembered that with Holmes, the improbable was usually merely the prelude to the impossible, and both were generally true. They breakfasted together in the dining room, where Herr Steiler had laid out a spread that would have satisfied a hiking party. Fresh bread, local cheese, cold meats, preserves that tasted of summer berries concentrated into amber sweetness, and coffee strong enough to wake the dead, which Watson thought might be appropriate given the circumstances. Holmes ate sparingly but with focus, and Watson noticed that his friend's eyes kept drifting to the window where the mountains rose, their peaks catching the morning sun while the valleys still held shadows. There was something in Holmes' expression that Watson had rarely seen. Not quite apprehension, not quite eagerness, but some mixture of both, as though he were preparing himself for a confrontation he had known was inevitable, but had hoped might be delayed a while longer. "You're thinking about him," Watson said quietly. "Moriarty." Holmes looked up, surprised for just a fraction of a second before his usual composure reasserted itself. "I'm always thinking about him, in one way or another. He was the organising principle of my career, Watson. The proof that brilliant minds can be turned toward destruction as easily as creation. Every case I've worked since has existed in his shadow, even when that shadow was supposed to be gone." He set down his coffee cup with careful precision. "Especially when that shadow was supposed to be gone." Before Watson could respond, Herr Steiler approached their table, with a nervous-looking young woman at his side. She wore the practical dress of a village resident, her hands work-roughened, her face carrying the healthy colour of someone who spent significant time outdoors. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, this is my niece, Anna. She's one of those who's seen the figures at the falls. I thought perhaps you might wish to speak with her." Holmes stood immediately, his manner transforming into the gentle courtesy he always showed to witnesses, particularly those who might be easily frightened. "Miss Anna, thank you for coming. Please, won't you sit? Perhaps some coffee? The morning is cold." Anna sat, though she perched on the edge of her chair as though ready to flee at any moment. She accepted the coffee that Steiler poured for her but didn't drink, simply wrapped her hands around the cup as though seeking its warmth. "I understand you've seen something unusual at the falls," Holmes began, his voice soft, encouraging. "Would you tell us about it? Take your time, and include any detail no matter how small or insignificant it might seem." Anna glanced at her uncle, who nodded encouragingly, then back to Holmes. "It was 2 weeks ago," she said, her English heavily accented but clear. "I was returning from visiting a friend in the next valley. I often take the path that goes near the falls. It's the quickest way, and I've walked it since I was a child. I know every stone, every turn." "What time was it?" Holmes asked. "Just before full dark. The sun had gone behind the peaks, but there was still light in the sky. That time when colours fade but shapes remain clear enough." She paused, gathering her thoughts. "I heard the falls before I saw them, as always. The sound is constant there, like breathing. But as I came around the bend where the path opens to the viewing point, I saw them." "Them," Holmes repeated gently. "2 figures?" "Yes. 2 men. They were at the very edge, where the path narrows before the precipice. At first I thought they were tourists who had stayed too late, who were being foolish near the drop. I was going to call out to warn them, but then I saw how they moved." "How did they move?" Watson asked. Anna's hands tightened on the coffee cup. Like a dance, but violent. One would grab the other, they would struggle, turn, sway toward the edge. Their movements were, I don't know the word, the same each time, like watching the same moment repeated, and they made no sound except what might have been the wind, or might have been something else. How long did you observe them? Holmes leaned forward slightly, his entire attention focused on the young woman. Perhaps a minute, perhaps less. Time felt strange. I was frightened but couldn't look away. And then the mist rose. It comes up from the gorge in waves sometimes, and when it cleared, they were gone. Simply gone. No figures on the path, no sound of footsteps, nothing. Did you notice anything else? Any scents, any lights, any other people nearby? Anna frowned, thinking. There was something, a smell, but faint, like sulphur or matches being struck. But the mist carries many scents from the gorge, from the minerals in the water. I thought nothing of it at the time. Holmes and Watson exchanged a glance. Sulphur suggested chemical processes, theatrical effects, the tools of stage illusions. And the figures themselves, Holmes continued, could you describe them? Their clothing, their height, any distinguishing features? Dark clothes, both of them. One perhaps taller than the other, but not by much. I couldn't see faces. The light was wrong, or they were turned away, or... She hesitated. Or perhaps they had no faces to see. I know how that sounds. I know what people will think. But I saw what I saw, Mr. Holmes. I'm not a foolish girl who believes in ghosts. I'm not someone who imagines things. But I saw those figures, and they were not natural. I don't doubt you saw something, Holmes said, and the kindness in his voice was genuine. The question is not whether you saw, but what mechanism created what you saw. Thank you, Anna. You've been very helpful. After Anna departed, Steiler brought them 3 more witnesses. The German tourists, a middle-aged trio who had been hiking in the region and had seen the figures from a different vantage point. Jacob the shepherd, who recounted his experiences with the stubborn certainty of someone who would not be swayed by skepticism. And a young Englishman named Thompson, who was travelling alone and had witnessed the phenomenon just 2 nights prior. Each account varied in details but converged on the essential elements. 2 figures, locked in struggle, appearing at twilight near the precipice, moving with an unnatural repetition, then vanishing into mist. Some reported the sulphurous smell Anna had mentioned. Others noted a brief flash of light, like a mirror catching the sun, though the sun had already set. One of the German tourists, a professor of natural philosophy, had attempted to apply scientific reasoning to what he'd seen and concluded reluctantly that he could offer no conventional explanation. Mass hallucination, Watson suggested when they were alone again, walking through the village toward the path that would take them up to the falls. The morning had progressed toward midday, and the streets were busy with local commerce, vendors selling cheese and bread, a blacksmith working at his forge, children running between buildings with the purposeless energy of youth. Possible, Holmes acknowledged, but unlikely. Mass hallucination requires shared expectation, and the first witnesses had no such expectation. The Hendersons knew nothing of Moriarty or my history here. They saw something that frightened them, and only later learned the significance of the location. Then what? Actual ghosts? Watson kept his tone light, but the question was serious underneath. Holmes smiled slightly. You know my views on the supernatural, Watson. When we've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. But we have not yet eliminated all the possible explanations. Optical illusions created by mist and light, deliberate theatrical staging using mirrors, projected images, or other technical means. Or, he paused, his expression growing darker, or something more complex. A test, perhaps. A way of measuring response, of drawing me here, of seeing how I would react. They left the village behind, following the path that climbed steadily through pine forest, the air growing cooler and thinner as they ascended. The sound of the falls grew louder with each turn of the trail, a constant roar that started as distant thunder, and built to a presence that dominated all other sounds, that made conversation difficult and thought harder, that seemed to vibrate through bone and blood until Watson felt he was made of nothing but falling water and the sound it made. The forest opened suddenly onto the viewing area, and there it was. Reichenbach Falls, tumbling from heights that seemed to reach into heaven itself, the water white and furious, crashing into the gorge below with force that had been carving this channel for thousands of years and would continue for thousands more. Mist rose from the impact point in clouds that caught the midday sun and transformed it into rainbows, brief and beautiful and utterly indifferent to human observers. Watson felt his breath catch. He had been here before, 7 years ago, had stood at this very spot reading Holmes's final message, had looked down into that terrible chasm and understood that his friend was gone. The memory was so vivid that for a moment he experienced a kind of temporal vertigo, unsure whether he was standing here now or standing here then, whether the Holmes beside him was real or phantom. Holmes seemed to feel it too. He stood very still, looking at the falls with an expression Watson couldn't quite read. Something between reverence and recognition, like seeing an old enemy who might also be an old friend. "I remember every moment," Holmes said quietly, speaking just loud enough to be heard over the water's roar. "Every detail. The mist on my face, Moriarty's eyes, the certainty that we were both going over, and then the ledge, narrow as a prayer, that caught me when I fell. Moriarty had no such ledge. He went down, Watson. I watched him fall until the mist took him, and I felt, not triumph, not relief, but a strange kind of emptiness, as though I had defined myself by his existence, and without him, I wasn't entirely certain who I was meant to be." Watson put a hand on his friend's shoulder, a brief touch of understanding and solidarity. "And yet you came back. You rebuilt yourself. You've done remarkable work since." "Have I?" Holmes turned away from the falls, his expression settling back into its usual analytical mask. "Or have I simply been waiting for him to come back as well, for the game to resume, for proof that he wasn't truly gone, that something of his malevolence survived the fall and would eventually manifest itself again? Holmes? Come, let's examine the area where the figures have been seen." Holmes moved along the path with the sure-footedness of someone who had walked it before, though it had been years. Watson followed, noting how his friend's eyes scanned every surface, every angle, looking for the details that would transform mystery into mechanism. The path narrowed as it approached the precipice, becoming a ledge barely wide enough for one person, with the rock face rising on one side and empty air falling away on the other. The mist was thick here, rising from below in waves, and Watson understood immediately how figures appearing and disappearing could seem supernatural in such conditions. Visibility shifted constantly, one moment clear, the next obscured, with no predictability to the pattern. Holmes knelt at the edge, examining the rock face with his magnifying lens. Watson watched him work, familiar with this ritual of observation, the way his friend's entire being focused down to the point of investigation, everything else falling away until only the evidence remained. "Interesting," Holmes murmured. "Watson, look here." Watson crouched beside him, following the direction of Holmes's finger. There, on the rock face at about waist height, were marks, scratches in the stone fresh enough that they hadn't yet weathered, arranged in a pattern that might have been random but somehow wasn't. "Anchor points," Holmes said with satisfaction. "Someone has been securing equipment here, ropes perhaps, or supports for some kind of apparatus." He moved along the path, examining the rock face at intervals, finding similar marks. A series of them, creating a line of sight from here to there. He pointed to a boulder on the opposite side of the gorge, partially hidden by vegetation. "I don't understand," Watson admitted. "Projection, Watson, the oldest theatrical trick in existence. A light source from that boulder, aimed at this wall of mist that rises so conveniently each evening. Images painted on glass slides, or perhaps even early moving pictures, projected through the spray. To an observer standing at the viewing point, it would appear as though figures were actually present at the edge, especially in the uncertain light of twilight, when the mind is primed to see what it expects, rather than what's actually there." "But why go to such elaborate trouble?" Watson asked. "What's the purpose?" Holmes stood, brushing dust from his knees, his expression grim. "That's what we need to determine, but I suspect we'll have our answer tonight, because whoever has gone to this trouble will want to see its effect, will want to observe their handiwork, and they'll certainly want to see how I react when I encounter the ghost of my greatest enemy in the place where I supposedly died defeating him." They spent the afternoon examining the area more thoroughly, finding additional evidence of human interference, marks in the earth where equipment had been placed, a faint path leading away from the main trail toward a hollow in the rocks that would provide excellent cover for observation. Holmes photographed everything with the small camera he'd brought, taking careful notes, building his case with the methodical precision that had made him legendary. As the day drew, toward evening they positioned themselves in a spot Holmes had selected, partially hidden by an outcropping but with a clear view of both the projection point and the observation hollow. The air grew colder as the sun declined behind the peaks, and the quality of light changed, becoming that peculiar twilight luminescence that seemed to come from the air itself, rather than from any specific source. "They'll come soon," Holmes whispered. "Whoever they are, they'll want to see if the bait has worked, if I've fallen for their theatre." Watson checked his revolver, making sure it was loaded and accessible. "And if they're hostile? Then we'll have our answer even more quickly than I anticipated." They waited, and the twilight deepened, and the fools roared their constant roar, and somewhere in the darkness something was about to reveal itself, whether ghost or fraud, or something more dangerous than either. Watson breathed slowly, evenly, and prepared himself for whatever was coming. The mountains held their silence, and the water fell, and the mist rose like theatre curtains preparing to open on a performance that had been years in the making. The twilight settled over Reichenbach Falls with the slow inevitability of a curtain descending, transforming the landscape from the solid certainties of day into something more ambiguous, more suggestive, where shadows pooled in hollows and the mist rising from the gorge took on qualities that seemed almost intentional, as though it knew it was being watched and was performing for an audience. Watson felt the cold seeping through his coat, through the layers of wool and cotton, settling into his bones with the patient persistence of mountain weather that has outlasted countless human visitors and will outlast countless more. Beside him, Holmes remained utterly still, a statue carved from attention itself, his eyes fixed on the viewing area where the supposed apparitions had been seen, his breathing so controlled that Watson had to glance occasionally to confirm his friend was actually present and not some trick of the fading light himself. The sound of the falls dominated everything. Not merely a sound, but a physical presence, a vibration that entered through the ears and spread through the body until Watson felt he was made of nothing but falling water and the thunder it created. He understood now how witnesses might be disoriented here, how the constant roar could strip away normal points of reference, how the brain, starved of its usual sensory inputs, might begin to supply its own content, filling the gaps with expectations and fears and half-remembered stories. The light continued to fade, draining from the sky like water from a basin, leaving behind that particular quality of alpine twilight that seems neither day nor night but something suspended between the two, a liminal space where the ordinary rules of perception become negotiable. The mist thickened, rising in waves from the gorge, each surge catching what little light remained and transforming it into something luminous, something that seemed to glow from within rather than merely reflecting external sources. Holmes shifted slightly, and Watson followed his gaze to the boulder across the gorge, the one Holmes had identified as a probable projection point. For a moment Watson saw nothing, just rock and vegetation and mist. Then something changed. A flash, brief and bright, like sunlight catching on glass, except there was no sun, not anymore. The flash came again, steadier now, and Watson realized he was seeing light deliberately directed, controlled, aimed at the wall of mist that rose between their position and the precipice. The mist caught the light and transformed it, and suddenly there they were, two figures materializing from nothing, appearing at the very edge of the path where the drop fell away into darkness. They were dark-clothed, locked together, struggling with movements that seemed both violent and strangely graceful, a choreography of conflict that repeated itself with mechanical precision. One figure would seize the other, they would turn, sway toward the edge, pull back, and the sequence would begin again. Endless, hypnotic, terrible. Watson felt his breath catch despite knowing this was illusion, despite understanding the mechanism. Because even explained, even reduced to light and mist and projected images, there was something profoundly unsettling about watching those figures struggle at the edge of that terrible drop, about seeing them locked in eternal combat with no possibility of resolution, no chance of escape, just the same movements repeated forever like some punishment from Greek mythology, where the suffering is eternal because the story never ends. Holmes remained perfectly still, but Watson saw his jaw tighten, saw the minute changes in his expression that suggested he too was affected by the spectacle, that despite his legendary rationality, despite his understanding of the tricks being employed, something about seeing this phantom recreation of his greatest battle stirred waters he had thought were long settled. The figures continued their dance, if it could be called that, and Watson found himself trying to discern details, to see if the images were specific enough to actually represent Holmes and Moriarty, or if they were merely generic silhouettes that viewers' imaginations filled in with expected details. The light was wrong for certainty, flickering and uncertain, and the mist kept shifting, obscuring and revealing in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, as though the projection was timed to work with the natural rhythms of the spray. Then Holmes touched Watson's arm, a brief pressure, and pointed not at the figures but at the observation hollow he had identified earlier. Watson looked and saw movement there, the suggestion of a human form, someone watching the spectacle, observing just as Holmes had predicted they would. Holmes leaned close and whispered directly into Watson's ear, barely audible over the fall's roar. "Wait here, I'm going to circle around, approach from behind, give me 5 minutes, then create a distraction, shout, stumble, anything to draw attention toward you and away from me." Before Watson could protest, Holmes was gone, melting into the shadows with the practiced silence of someone who had spent a lifetime approaching, unobserved. Watson was left alone with the roaring water and the phantom figures and the cold that seemed to intensify, now that his friend's presence no longer divided his attention. He counted slowly, giving Holmes time, watching the figures continue their eternal struggle. The projection was remarkably sophisticated for something he had assumed would be crude. Whoever had created this had studied the location carefully, had timed the light to work with the natural mist patterns, had perhaps even enhanced those patterns with artificial spray to ensure consistent results. This was not amateur work, not a simple prank or crude theatrical effect. This was planned, precise, executed with the kind of attention to detail that suggested significant resources and significant purpose. 5 minutes felt like an hour, but finally Watson judged enough time had passed. He stood from his hiding place, deliberately making noise, and called out in German, "Hello? Is someone there? I saw the figures. Did you see them too?" The effect was immediate. The projection cut off abruptly, the figures vanishing mid-struggle, leaving only darkness and mist. Watson heard movement from the observation hollow, hasty and panicked, and then a cry. Holmes's voice sharp with command. "Stop! I merely want to talk." What followed was chaos rendered in sound rather than sight. The crash of bodies through underbrush, Holmes's continued shouts, and then a different voice, younger, frightened, speaking rapid Swiss German that Watson's limited command of the language couldn't fully pass, but whose tone was unmistakable, desperate, pleading. Watson ran toward the sounds, heedless of the dangerous path, his hand on his revolver though he prayed he wouldn't need to use it. He rounded the outcropping and found Holmes gripping a young man by the shoulder. Barely more than a boy, really. Perhaps 20 years old, dressed in local clothing, his face pale with terror in the dim light. "Please," the boy was saying in heavily accented English. "Please, I am paid only to work the machine. I know nothing, I swear it." "What machine?" Holmes demanded, his voice hard. "Show me." The boy led them, stumbling and shaking, to the boulder Watson had identified earlier. Behind it, cunningly concealed by vegetation and carefully positioned rocks, was equipment that would not have been out of place in a photographer's studio. A magic lantern of advanced design, modified with what appeared to be a motorized mechanism that rotated glass slides in sequence, creating the illusion of movement. A series of mirrors directed and focused the light, and tubes ran from the apparatus down to the water's edge where a small pump drew spray upward, creating artificial mist on demand to supplement the natural rise from the gorge. "Ingenious," Holmes murmured, examining the device with the appreciation of one professional for another's work. The slides are painted with considerable skill. You can see the detail even in this light, and the timing mechanism is quite sophisticated. This is not the work of amateurs, Watson. The boy was crying now, silent tears running down his face. "I am only paid to come each evening, to operate the machine for 1 hour at twilight. I know nothing more. Please, I have a family, I need the money." "Who pays you?" Holmes asked, gentler now. "Who hired you?" "I don't know his name. An Englishman, tall, thin, always wearing gloves. He came to the village 3 months ago. asked if I knew machinery, if I could keep a secret. He paid well, very well. 50 francs each week just to come here and operate this device. Where is this Englishman now? I don't know. I never saw him except when he brought the machine, when he showed me how to operate it. He said he would return when the work was done, that I would know when to stop because the right people would come to investigate. The boy looked at Holmes with dawning horror. You are Mr. Holmes. He said Mr. Holmes would come eventually. He said I should not be frightened, that it was all for a good purpose, for scientific study. Holmes exchanged a glance with Watson. Describe this man, every detail you can remember, no matter how small. The boy struggled to compose himself, wiping his face with his sleeve. Tall, as I said. Perhaps your height, Mr. Holmes. Thin, very thin, like he doesn't eat enough. Dark hair going grey. He wore spectacles, round ones with wire frames, and his hands always gloved even when it was warm. He spoke English with an accent, but not Swiss, not German, perhaps French or Italian. I'm not certain. Did he have any distinguishing marks? Scars, jewellery, anything unusual about his appearance? His voice was strange, quiet, but it carried, like he was used to being listened to, and he smelled of chemicals, not unpleasant, but noticeable, like a laboratory or pharmacy. Holmes was silent for a long moment, his expression unreadable in the darkness. Then he said, You will take this equipment and hide it somewhere safe. Not in your home, somewhere else, somewhere no one would think to look, and you will tell no one about this conversation. Can you do that? The boy nodded eagerly. Yes, of course. Whatever you say, Mr. Holmes. Good. And if this Englishman returns, you will send word immediately to Herr Steiler at the Englischer Hof. You understand? Immediately. There will be additional payment for this service. After the boy had carefully dismantled the equipment and disappeared into the darkness, Watson and Holmes stood alone at the edge of the gorge, listening to the eternal thunder of the falls, breathing the cold mountain air that tasted of minerals and ice, and distances that stretched beyond human measuring. You know who it is, Watson said quietly. The man who hired that boy. You know. Holmes was silent for a long moment, his face turned toward the falls that were now invisible in the full darkness, present only as sound and spray and the sense of vast empty space dropping away into nothing. I have suspicions, he said finally, but suspicions are not certainties, and I've learned the danger of assuming I know the answer before I've gathered all the evidence. What I do know is that someone with considerable resources and sophisticated knowledge has gone to elaborate lengths to create a spectacle at this particular location. Someone who wanted me here, who knew that reports of phantom figures at Reichenbach would eventually reach me, and that I would be unable to resist investigating. A trap, then. Perhaps. Or an invitation. Or a test of some kind. The distinction may be academic. Holmes turned away from the gorge, and Watson saw that his friend looked exhausted, the strain of the day and the weight of old memories showing in the lines of his face. What troubles me is not the mechanism, that's clever but comprehensible. What troubles me is the purpose. Why go to such effort? Why now, 7 years after Moriarty's death? Why create apparitions that don't actually do anything except frighten tourists and draw my attention? They began the descent back toward Meiringen, carefully navigating the dark path, and Watson found himself thinking about the boy's description of the mysterious Englishman. Tall, thin, chemical smells, a voice that carried despite its quietness. It sounded like someone from Holmes's world, someone who understood both science and theatre, who could design sophisticated equipment and also manipulate human psychology. Could it be one of Moriarty's old associates? Watson asked. Someone from his organisation who survived the purge? Possible. Moriarty had many associates, and I was never certain we accounted for all of them. He was too careful, too compartmentalised in his operations. There could easily be lieutenants I never identified, resources I never discovered. Holmes paused on the path, looking back up at where the falls continued their timeless roaring in the darkness. But this feels different somehow, more personal. Moriarty's organisation was about profit, about control, about building an empire of crime. This, creating phantom figures at Reichenbach, this is about something else. Memory, perhaps. Legacy. Or revenge. They walked in silence for a while, the lights of Meiringen appearing below them like terrestrial stars, warm and welcoming after the cold darkness of the heights. Watson's mind was working through possibilities, trying to construct narratives that would make sense of, what they'd discovered. But each story he built seemed to have gaps, missing pieces that refused to cohere into satisfying wholes. "There's something else," Holmes said as they approached the village outskirts. "Something the boy said that bothers me. He mentioned that the Englishman told him the work would be done when the right people came to investigate. Plural. People, not person. Which suggests that I wasn't the only target, that there was someone else this spectacle was meant to attract. Who else would care about phantoms at Reichenbach Falls?" Holmes didn't answer immediately. They had reached the Englischer Hof now, its windows glowing with light, and Watson could see people moving inside, Herr Steiler attending to guests, the comfortable routines of hospitality continuing despite the strange events occurring in the mountains above. "I don't know," Holmes admitted finally, "but I intend to find out. Because whoever they are, whoever else was meant to see those apparitions and draw the same conclusions we've drawn, they're either already here or they're coming. And when they arrive, we'll have our answer about what this is really about." They entered the hotel and found Herr Steiler waiting for them, his round face creased with concern. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, there is news. A telegram arrived this evening asking for you specifically." He handed Holmes an envelope. Holmes opened it, read the brief message, and his expression hardened in a way that Watson had rarely seen. A combination of resignation and something that might have been fear if Holmes were capable of fear in any conventional sense. "What is it?" Watson asked. Holmes handed him the telegram. It was brief, unsigned, the message stark in its simplicity. "The game continues. The Falls remember. Expect visitors from the past. M." "M," Watson said, his throat suddenly dry. "Moriarty's initial." "Yes," Holmes said quietly. "Though Moriarty is dead, which means either someone is using his name, adopting his identity for purposes of their own, or—" He trailed off, leaving the alternative unspoken but hanging in the air between them like the mist that rose from the gorge, impossible to grasp but undeniably present. Or Moriarty had somehow survived the fall, or something of him had survived, or the game they thought had ended 7 years ago had never truly ended at all, had merely been waiting, patient and inevitable, for the right moment to resume. Outside, the mountains held their ancient silence, and somewhere in the darkness the Reichenbach Falls continued their eternal descent, falling and never reaching the end, like a question that refuses to resolve into an answer, like a story that cannot quite bring itself to conclude. Watson looked at his friend and saw in Holmes's face the reflection of his own unease, the understanding that they had been drawn here not by chance or curiosity, but by design, that they were pieces on a board whose full dimensions they couldn't yet see, being moved by a player whose identity and purpose remained hidden behind layers of mist and shadow and carefully constructed illusion. The night deepened around them, and somewhere in that darkness someone was watching, waiting, playing a game whose rules had yet to be fully revealed, and the Falls roared on, eternal and indifferent, keeping their secrets. Sleep, when it finally came to Watson that night, was fractured and restless, populated by dreams that slipped away upon waking but left behind residues of unease, images of figures falling endlessly, of mist that took on faces, of voices calling from depths that had no bottom. He woke several times to find moonlight streaming through his window, painting the room in shades of silver and shadow, and each time he listened for sounds from Holmes's adjoining room, half expecting to hear his friend pacing or conducting one of those middle-of-the-night experiments that had so often disturbed the peace of Baker Street. But Holmes's room remained silent, and eventually Watson fell back into uneasy sleep, only to wake again as grey dawn light began to seep through the curtains, bringing with it the sounds of a village stirring to life. Distant cock crows, the rumble of cartwheels on cobblestones, the first tentative conversations of people beginning their day. He rose and washed, dressed carefully, and was contemplating whether to wake Holmes when he heard movement from the adjoining room, footsteps that suggested his friend had been awake for some time, pacing perhaps, or standing at the window watching the mountains emerge from darkness into the sharp definition that alpine morning brings. They met in the hallway, and Watson noted that Holmes looked as though he had slept no better than Watson himself. His eyes were shadowed, his face drawn, though his manner was alert and his mind clearly already engaged with the problems before them. There was something in his expression that Watson had learned to recognize over their years together, the look of a man who had spent the night not sleeping but thinking, constructing elaborate mental architectures from fragments of evidence, following chains of logic into territories that most minds would find exhausting, but that Holmes found oddly restful. "I've been thinking about the telegram," Holmes said without preamble as they descended to breakfast. "The phrasing is deliberate, designed to unsettle. Expect visitors from the past. Plural again, multiple people, not a single individual. And the fools remember, an attempt to personify the location, to suggest that what happened here has left some kind of imprint that persists beyond mere memory." "Do you think Moriarty could have survived?" Watson asked quietly, voicing the question that had haunted his broken sleep. "Could he have caught a ledge as you did, hidden himself, waited?" Holmes paused on the stairs, his hand resting on the banister, his gaze distant. The morning light through the stairwell window caught his profile, and Watson saw in that moment how much his friend had aged since their first meeting. Not physically diminished, but somehow refined, as though time had burned away everything inessential, and left only the pure concentration of intellect and will. "I saw him fall, Watson. I watched him go over the edge, watched him tumble down into the spray and mist. His eyes. I remember his eyes at that last moment. Not afraid, not resigned, but almost satisfied, as though the fall was the only ending worthy of him." Holmes resumed his descent, his voice thoughtful. Could he have survived through some extraordinary combination of luck and determination? Physically possible, perhaps, though the odds would be astronomical. But even if he survived the fall, what then? 7 years of silence? 7 years of allowing his organization to crumble, his empire to dissolve? That's not the Moriarty I knew. He was many things, but patient in that particular way, willing to wait years for revenge when he could have struck immediately. It doesn't fit his psychology. Then who sent the telegram? Someone who wants me to believe it came from Moriarty. Someone who understands that uncertainty is often more powerful than certainty, that suggesting a ghost might have returned is more unsettling than proving it has. Holmes paused at the dining room entrance. But they've made a mistake in the phrasing. The game continues. That's too self-referential, too aware of itself as theatre. The real Moriarty never spoke in such terms. He was a criminal, not a performer. This is someone playing at being Moriarty, adopting his mantle, and that tells us something important. They entered the dining room to find Herr Steiler already there, laying out breakfast with hands that trembled slightly. He looked up as they entered, and Watson saw in his face the strain of a man caught between the demands of hospitality and the growing conviction that his establishment had become the centre of something dangerous. The innkeeper's normally jovial manner had been replaced by a kind of brittle courtesy, the smile that came too quickly and faded too fast, the eyes that kept darting toward the windows as though expecting threats to materialize from the peaceful morning streets. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I must speak with you. Please, sit, have coffee, and I will tell you what has happened." They settled at their usual table, accepting the strong coffee that Steiler poured with shaking hands. The innkeeper sat with them, his round face creased with worry, and Watson noticed how he kept glancing toward the door, toward the stairs, toward anywhere but directly at them. "2 more guests arrived late last night," he began, his voice low despite the dining room being otherwise empty. "After you have retired, an Englishman and a Frenchman travelling together. They asked specifically about the phantom figures at the falls, said they had come to investigate the reports. I thought little of it at first. Many people have come for that reason. But then..." He paused, swallowed, continued. "The Englishman asked about you, by name. He asked if Sherlock Holmes had arrived yet, if you were staying at my hotel. I confirmed that you were, and he smiled. Such a strange smile, Mr. Holmes, like a man who has won a wager or confirmed a suspicion. And then he said something that frightened me. He said, 'Good. Then the performance can begin properly.' Those were his exact words. 'The performance can begin.'" Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air seeping through the windows. "Where are these men now?" "Still sleeping, I believe. They took rooms on the 3rd floor, asked not to be disturbed until 9 o'clock. The Englishman introduced himself as Mr. Sebastian Moran, late of Her Majesty's Indian Army. The Frenchman gave no name, just a number, said he preferred to be called Monsieur 4, Mr. 4, as though he were a playing card or a cipher rather than a person." Holmes went very still, and Watson saw something in his friend's expression that he had rarely witnessed. A flash of genuine alarm, quickly suppressed but unmistakable for the instant it lasted. It was the look of a chess player who has suddenly seen a move he hadn't anticipated, who realizes the game is more complex than he had thought. "Sebastian Moran," Holmes said quietly, setting down his coffee cup with careful precision. "I thought he was dead. I thought we had accounted for him in the general collapse of Moriarty's organization." "You know him?" Watson asked, though he could see from Holmes' face that the answer was yes, and that it was not a pleasant acquaintance. Of him, Colonel Sebastian Moran, the second most dangerous man in London before Moriarty's fall, possibly the most dangerous after it. An expert marksman, absolutely ruthless, and devoted to Moriarty with an intensity that bordered on religious fervour. If anyone from the old organisation would attempt to resurrect Moriarty's legacy, it would be Moran. Holmes stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the wooden floor. "We need to see these men, speak with them before they have a chance to implement whatever plan brought them here." But even as Holmes spoke, there was a commotion from the lobby. Raised voices, the sound of rapid footsteps on the stairs, and then Herr Steiler's young assistant burst into the dining room, his face flushed with the urgency of his message, his words tumbling over each other in his haste. "Herr Steiler! The English gentleman, Mr. Moran. He's gone. His room is empty, the bed not slept in, and the window stands open. And there is a note left on the pillow, weighted down with a bullet." The boy held out a folded piece of paper and a brass cartridge that gleamed dully in the morning light. Holmes took both items, examined the bullet briefly. Watson saw his lips tighten in recognition, then unfolded the note and read it quickly. His expression revealed nothing, but Watson had known him long enough to recognize the minute tensing of muscles around his eyes, the slight deepening of the line between his brows, signs that most would miss but that Watson had learned to interpret as clearly as written text. Holmes handed the note to Watson. The message was written in a precise military hand. The letters formed with the discipline of someone who had spent years writing field reports and orders. "Mr. Holmes, by the time you read this, I will be at the Falls, at the place where our mutual friend met his end. If you wish to understand what the apparitions truly signify, if you wish to learn what has been set in motion, come alone. The good doctor may accompany you to the base of the trail, but the final ascent you must make unaccompanied. We have much to discuss, you and I, about legacies and debts and the games that never truly end. Come at noon. The light will be right, and we will have privacy for our conversation. The Frenchman will remain at the hotel as guarantee of my good intentions. Harm comes to neither of us, if you come as instructed. S.M." "A trap," Watson said immediately, his voice sharp with certainty. "You cannot possibly consider going alone." "Can't I?" Holmes was already moving toward the stairs, his movements decisive. "This is precisely what I've been expecting, Watson. The revelation of purpose, the moment when theatre transforms into reality. Moran wants to talk, wants me at the Falls alone. Very well, I'll give him what he wants. Holmes, this is madness. The man is a trained killer, completely without scruples, which is precisely why he won't simply shoot me from ambush." Holmes was in his room now, gathering items with the practiced efficiency of someone who had prepared for dangerous encounters many times before. His revolver, which he checked and loaded with practiced efficiency. His notebook, a length of rope that Watson recognized from their rock-climbing expedition in Wales years ago. A small leather case that contained lockpicks and other tools of the detective's trade. Moran is dangerous, yes, but he's also a man of peculiar honour in his own way. A hunter's code, if you will. If he wanted me dead, there were a dozen opportunities between London and here. He wants something else. Conversation, explanation, perhaps recruitment. He wants to tell me something, and I need to hear it. Watson followed Holmes down to the lobby, arguing all the way, but he recognised the futility even as he made his case. Holmes in this mood was immovable, driven by a combination of curiosity and that peculiar fatalism that sometimes overtook him. The sense that certain events were inevitable, and resistance was merely postponement. They paused in the lobby long enough for Holmes to issue instructions to Herr Steiler about the Frenchman. He was to be watched but not confronted, his movements noted but not impeded, and then they were out into the crisp morning air, the village bright around them with autumn sunshine that seemed to mock the darkness of their purpose. They set out together through the village, drawing curious stares from locals who had come to recognise them. climbing the familiar trail as the morning advanced toward noon. The sky was clear, the mountains sharp-edged against blue so intense it seemed artificial, and the air carried that particular crystalline quality of alpine autumn, cold and clean and impossibly transparent, as though the atmosphere itself had been purified by the heights. Watson's mind raced through scenarios, contingencies, ways he might follow Holmes despite the prohibition, positions from which he could observe and intervene if necessary. But the trail offered few options. It was too exposed, too well defined. Anyone watching from above would see him immediately, and his presence might provoke exactly the violence he hoped to prevent. At the base of the final ascent to the falls, where the path began its steepest climb and the sound of water became a constant roar that made conversation difficult, Holmes stopped and turned to Watson with an expression that was equal parts affection and determination. "This is where we part, old friend. I need you to wait here, to give me 2 hours. If I haven't returned by then, go back to the village, contact the authorities, tell them everything we've discovered." And Watson... Holmes gripped Watson's shoulder briefly, the contact brief but meaningful. "Thank you for coming with me, for standing beside me through all of this, for being the constant that never wavered even when everything else was uncertain. You've been the fixed point in a turning world, and that has meant more than I've perhaps adequately expressed. Holmes, I cannot let you can and you will, because you trust my judgment and because you know that some things I must do alone. This confrontation, whatever form it takes, is between me and the ghosts of Moriarty's organization. Your presence would complicate it, would give Moran leverage he doesn't currently possess." Holmes released Watson's shoulder and started up the path, moving with the confidence of someone walking toward a meeting that held no fear, only inevitability. Watson watched him go, watched his friend's figure diminish with distance and the turning of the trail, watched until Holmes disappeared around a bend and was lost to sight. Then he settled himself on a boulder positioned to overlook the trail, his hand resting on his revolver, his entire being focused on the sounds from above, the roar of the falls, the wind moving through pine, and any other sound that might suggest violence or struggle or the need for immediate intervention. Prohibition be damned. The minutes crawled past with agonizing slowness. Watson found himself counting heartbeats, measuring time by the rhythm of his own pulse, by the movement of shadows across the ground as the sun climbed toward its zenith. He watched birds wheel overhead, noted the patterns of wind in the treetops, observed everything except the one thing he desperately wanted to see. Holmes returning safely down the trail. Holmes climbed steadily, feeling the burn in his legs, the thinning of the air, the way the sound of the falls grew from background presence to dominating force that made thought difficult and reflection nearly impossible. He was aware of being watched, of eyes following his ascent from positions he couldn't quite identify, but he gave no sign of noticing, simply continued his climb with the steady pace of someone who had all the time in the world and no particular concern about what waited at the trail's end. The falls came into view gradually, first the mist rising above the trees like smoke from some vast fire, then the white thunder of the water itself, and finally the full spectacular sight of Reichenbach in daylight, the water catching the noon sun and transforming it into diamonds, into liquid light that seemed to exist between the states of matter, neither fully water nor fully radiance, but something that partook of both. Colonel Sebastian Moran stood at the viewing point, exactly where the phantom figures had appeared in the projection, and Holmes felt a shock of recognition, despite never having seen the man before. Moran looked exactly as reports had described him, tall, powerfully built despite being in his 50s, with the upright bearing of military service and the eyes of a predator, cold and assessing and utterly without sentiment. He wore civilian clothes, but wore them like a uniform, each element precisely placed, and his right hand rested near his coat pocket in a way that suggested a weapon close at hand but not immediately threatening. "Mr. Holmes," Moran said, his voice carrying easily over the water's roar, cultured and educated and absolutely cold, the voice of someone who had ordered men to their deaths, and felt no more about it than he would about ordering dinner. "How good of you to accept my invitation. I confess I wasn't certain you would come alone, but I should have known better. You always were one for the grand gesture, the dramatic confrontation. Moriarty remarked on it often, said you had a theatrical streak that would be your undoing." "Colonel Moran," Holmes replied, stopping a careful distance away, noting the angles, the positions, the ways this meeting could turn violent and the ways it might not. The spray from the falls was cold against his face, and he tasted minerals and ice, the flavour of water that had been snowing on distant peaks before beginning its long descent. You've gone to considerable trouble to arrange this encounter. The phantom projections, the telegram, the theatrical timing. I'm curious about the purpose. Are you? Moran smiled, and it was a terrible expression, devoid of warmth or humanity, the smile of a crocodile considering prey. I would have thought it obvious. I wanted you here, at this place, at this time. I wanted you to remember what happened 7 years ago, to feel the weight of it, and I want you to understand what's coming. What's coming? Holmes repeated. You're attempting to rebuild Moriarty's organization. Not rebuild. Resurrect. There's a difference. Moran moved slightly, and Holmes tensed, but the Colonel was merely gesturing toward the falls, toward the drop where Moriarty had fallen. The Professor was a genius, Mr. Holmes, the greatest criminal mind the world has ever known, a mathematician of such brilliance that he could have revolutionized the field had he chosen the academic path. But he saw deeper truths, saw that society itself was the greatest crime, that law was merely the tyranny of the majority codified, that true genius deserved to operate beyond the arbitrary constraints of conventional morality. And you killed him. You destroyed not just a man, but a system, an empire, a vision of how the world's criminal enterprises could be organized and controlled. You set us back decades in a single afternoon. He was a murderer and a monster, Holmes said evenly, keeping his voice calm, conversational. He killed without hesitation or remorse, orchestrated crimes that destroyed hundreds of lives and corrupted everything he touched. He deserved exactly what he received. Perhaps. But deserve is such a subjective term, don't you think? Moran turned back to Holmes, and his expression had shifted into something more dangerous, more focused. Do you know what I've been doing for the past 7 years, Mr. Holmes? Surviving first. Going to ground when your brother's network began systematically dismantling the Professor's organization. Watching from hiding as one by one, the old associates were arrested or killed or driven into exile. And then, when the immediate danger had passed, gathering the scattered pieces. Finding the survivors, the ones who went to ground when you dismantled everything. Convincing them that the vision hasn't died, that what Moriarty built can be rebuilt if we're patient and careful and willing to learn from past mistakes. And the phantom figures? The elaborate theatre at the Falls? A test and a summons. Moran's hand moved to his pocket and Holmes prepared to move, but what emerged was not a weapon, but a photograph, which Moran held up so Holmes could see it clearly. Do you recognise this man? Holmes looked at the photograph and felt the world tilt slightly. The man in the image was thin, scholarly, with round spectacles and the look of someone who spent his life indoors, surrounded by books and chemicals. The resemblance to James Moriarty was unmistakable. The same high forehead, the same intense eyes, the same air of compressed intellect barely contained within ordinary human form. But this man was younger, less hardened, with something almost gentle in his expression that the Professor had never possessed. James Moriarty, Moran said softly. The Professor's younger brother, also named James, confusingly enough. Their parents lacked imagination in that regard. A colonel in the army, later a station master in the west of England. You may have heard of him. He disappeared 3 years ago, vanished without trace, and everyone assumed he had died quietly somewhere. That grief over his brother's death had broken something in him. But he didn't die, Holmes said slowly, understanding beginning to dawn like cold light across a winter landscape. No, he's been planning, preparing, learning everything he could about his brother's methods, his organization, his vision. The Professor left behind papers, you see, encrypted journals, coded correspondence, mathematical treatises that were actually blueprints for criminal enterprises. The younger James has spent 3 years decoding them, understanding them, preparing to implement them, and he's been recruiting Mr. Holmes, gathering those of us who remember the old days, who want to see the Professor's work continue. The phantom projections were his idea, a way to draw attention, to signal to those who would understand that something was stirring again at Reichenbach, that the memory of Moriarty was being invoked for a purpose. And that purpose is? Moran stepped closer, his voice dropping to something almost intimate, almost confessional, as though they were old friends sharing secrets rather than adversaries meeting at a precipice. To offer you a choice, Mr. Holmes, the same choice the Professor himself would have offered if circumstances had been different. You are the only mind that ever matched him, the only person who ever truly understood him. Not just his methods, but his vision, his understanding of the world's fundamental architecture. His brother believes, and I have come to agree, that you were wasted in the service of law and order, that your talents deserve a larger stage, a grander purpose. Holmes laughed, a short, sharp sound devoid of humour that was almost immediately swallowed by the roar of the falls. You're inviting me to join Moriarty's resurrected criminal empire. That's the purpose of all this theatre. Consider it, Mr. Holmes, not as surrender, but as evolution. Imagine what you could accomplish freed from the constraints of morality and law. Imagine the problems you could solve, the systems you could design, the influence you could wield. The Professor saw it, saw what you could become if you stepped beyond the arbitrary limitations of conscience. His brother sees it too. Together, with your detective genius and his organizational brilliance, the resurrected network could achieve things the original never dreamed of. And if I refuse? Moran's expression hardened, the momentary warmth of recruitment replaced by something colder, more final. Then the game continues as it must. The organization will rebuild with or without you, and will continue the Professor's work in his memory. But you will be opposed at every turn, will find your cases mysteriously complicated, will discover that the criminals you pursue always seem one step ahead, will eventually be worn down by the sheer persistence of an enemy that never sleeps and never forgets. We have resources now, Mr. Holmes. Not what we once had, but growing. And we have patience. We can wait decades if necessary, wearing you down gradually, making your life's work meaningless piece by piece. Threats, Holmes said mildly. How disappointing. I expected better from someone of your reputation, Colonel. Not threats, promises. Moran's hand moved toward his pocket again, faster this time, and Holmes tensed for the confrontation that seemed inevitable now. But before Moran could draw whatever weapon he carried, there was a sound from the trail behind them, not loud, but distinct enough to carry over the water's thunder. Footsteps, multiple people approaching. Moran's expression shifted to surprise, then something that might have been respect. You arranged for an interruption. Clever, though I suppose I should have expected no less. Watson appeared first around the bend in the trail, revolver drawn and held, with the steady competence of someone who had faced danger before and knew how to handle a weapon. Behind him came Herr Steiler and 3 Swiss police officers, their uniforms neat and their rifles ready. And behind them came others, Jakob the shepherd, Anna, several of the witnesses who had reported seeing the phantom figures, and finally the young man who had operated the projection equipment, looking frightened but determined. I took the liberty of arranging a reception committee, Watson said breathlessly, his weapon trained steadily on Moran, his finger outside the trigger guard but ready to move inside it if necessary. I wasn't about to leave you alone with a known killer, regardless of your instructions. You may forgive the disobedience later, or you may not, but either way, you'll be alive to express your displeasure. Holmes felt relief wash through him, though he kept his expression neutral. Watson, you incorrigible man, I distinctly remember telling you to wait below. And I distinctly remember deciding that your orders, while well-intentioned, were subordinate to my medical judgment, that letting you face mortal danger alone would be poor practice for my continued well-being. I have grown accustomed to your presence, Holmes, and would prefer not to have to write another account of your supposed death. Moran looked at the assembled group, at the weapons trained on him, and smiled that terrible smile again, though something in his eyes suggested he was calculating odds, measuring distances, considering whether violence might still serve his purposes. Well played, Mr. Holmes. Though this changes nothing in the larger scheme. You've prevented one meeting, arrested one man, but the organization exists beyond me, beyond any individual. That was the whole point of the Professor's design. Distributed leadership, compartmentalized operations. You can remove me from the board, but the game continues. Perhaps, Holmes said, moving slowly toward Watson, keeping his eyes on Moran. But organizations require communication, coordination, and resources, and you've just revealed far more than you intended about the scope and structure of this resurrection. The younger James Moriarty, the coded papers, the recruitment strategy. Give me a month, Colonel, and I'll have identified every member, traced every connection, dismantled every element of your brother's grand vision. Because that's what I do. That's all I've ever done. I solve puzzles, I unravel mysteries, and I bring light into dark places. Your resurrected organization is just another puzzle, more complex than some, perhaps, but ultimately soluble. The Swiss police moved forward to secure Moran, who offered no resistance, simply stood with that same cold smile as they bound his hands with professional efficiency. But his eyes never left Holmes's face, and his voice carried clearly as they led him toward the trail. The game continues, Mr. Holmes. It always continues, because darkness doesn't end when you defeat one champion of it. It simply finds another. You may dismantle this iteration of the Professor's vision, and the next, and the one after that. But eventually you'll tire or fail or die, and the darkness will still be there, patient and eternal. That's what the Professor understood that you never have. Evil is not an aberration to be corrected, but a fundamental principle of human nature. You're fighting entropy itself, Holmes, and entropy always wins. And then he was gone, led down the trail by the police, his footsteps fading, leaving Holmes and Watson standing at the edge of the precipice with the falls roaring beside them, the spray cold against their faces, the sun bright overhead in a sky so blue it seemed to deny the possibility of darkness altogether. Watson holstered his revolver and stood beside his friend, neither of them speaking for a long moment, simply breathing, being present in the aftermath of confrontation, letting the adrenaline settle and normal thought resume. "Did you mean what you said?" Watson asked finally. "That you can dismantle the organization in a month?" "I have no idea," Holmes admitted, and there was something almost like humor in his voice. But it seemed the right thing to say at the time. The truth is likely to be more complex. Moran may be right that the network extends beyond what I can easily trace, but he's also overestimating their coherence. Criminal organizations without strong central leadership tend to fragment, to pursue individual interest rather than collective goals. We may not need to dismantle them so much as simply watch them tear themselves apart through internal conflict. And the younger Moriarty, the Professor's brother, him I will find, and we will have a conversation about legacies and whether the sins of one brother obligate the devotion of another. Holmes turned away from the falls, his expression settling into something more peaceful, as though a weight had been lifted. "But not today, Watson. Today I find I'm tired of mountains and memories and the ghosts that haunt them. Let's return to the village. I believe Herr Steiler mentioned something about a particularly good local wine, and I find myself in the mood to test his claim." They descended together, leaving the falls to their eternal roaring, and behind them the place where Moriarty had fallen 7 years ago resumed its patient work of wearing away stone, of transforming the solid into spray, of proving that even the most permanent-seeming things eventually dissolve into mist and memory. The game continued, perhaps, but for today at least, it had been interrupted, and sometimes interruption was enough. Dawn came to the mountains with a gentleness that seemed almost apologetic after the drama of the previous day, the light arriving not in a sudden burst but in gradual stages. First a paling of the eastern sky, then a soft rose that spread across the peaks, and finally the full golden warmth of sunrise that transformed the village of Meiringen from a collection of dark shapes into something warm and welcoming, a place where life continued its ordinary rhythms regardless of the extraordinary events that occasionally interrupted them. Watson woke to this gentle light and lay for a moment simply listening, to the village sounds filtering through his window, to the distant murmur of water that was always present in this valley, to the absolute silence from Holmes' adjoining room that suggested his friend had finally achieved the deep sleep that had eluded him for days. The confrontation with Moran, the revelation about the younger Moriarty, the dismantling of the phantom apparatus, all of it had taken its toll, and Holmes had retired the previous evening with an exhaustion that was as much emotional as physical, the kind of weariness that comes from confronting old ghosts and finding them less substantial than memory had made them. Watson rose quietly, washed and dressed, and descended to the dining room where Herr Steiler was already setting out breakfast, his round face restored to its usual cheerfulness now that the immediate danger had passed, and his establishment was no longer the centre of mysterious happenings. "Dr. Watson, good morning, good morning. Coffee? I've made it strong the way Mr. Holmes prefers it, though I see he has not yet risen." The mountain air makes one sleep deeply, yes, especially after such excitement as yesterday. Watson accepted the coffee gratefully, settling at their usual table by the window where he could watch the village coming to life. Shopkeepers opening their doors, children running towards school with the particular energy of youth that seems undiminished by any amount of expenditure, a farmer driving a cart loaded with cheese wheels toward the market square. The police came early this morning, Styler continued, setting out bread and preserves. They took the Frenchman and Monsieur Quatre in custody as well. He did not resist, seemed almost relieved to be arrested, if that makes sense. Perhaps he was never truly committed to the criminal enterprise. Perhaps he was only following Moran from some sense of obligation or fear. What will happen to them? Watson asked. Styler shrugged expressively. The Swiss authorities are very thorough. They will be questioned, examined, held while the police investigate. Moran they may extradite to England if your government requests it. He is wanted for various crimes, yes, but this will take time, many weeks perhaps. The wheels of justice, they turn slowly, but they turn. He paused, his expression growing more serious. Mr. Holmes, he was not harmed yesterday. He seemed well when I saw him last evening, but sometimes the harm is not visible on the outside. He's well, Watson assured him. Tired, but well. The confrontation was less violent than it might have been, thanks to your quick action in alerting the authorities. It was the least I could do. My village, my hotel, I could not allow them to be used for criminal purposes without resistance. Styler smiled. Besides, Mr. Holmes, he is famous, yes? To have him stay here, to help solve this mystery. This is good for business, I think. People will come to see where the great detective confronted the ghost of his old enemy. Watson felt a flicker of concern at this. Holmes would not appreciate becoming a tourist attraction. But before he could respond, he heard footsteps on the stairs and turned to see his friend descending, looking remarkably refreshed for someone who had spent the previous day in mortal danger. Holmes joined them at the table, accepted coffee, and sat for a moment simply looking out the window at the mountains that rose beyond the village, their peaks brilliant white in the morning sun. I've been thinking, he said finally, that we should visit the falls again, one more time in daylight, without the pressure of investigation or confrontation, just to see them as they are, without the overlay of memory and expectation. Watson considered this. You want to make peace with the place. Perhaps. Or simply to replace the old memory with a new one. I've carried Reichenbach in my mind for 7 years as the site of death. Moriarty's actual death. My supposed death. The death of a certain innocence about the nature of my work and its consequences. I'd like to see it differently if possible, as a place of natural beauty rather than human drama. As water falls simply because gravity and geology make it fall, not because it serves as metaphor for anything beyond itself. They set out after breakfast, walking through the village with no urgency, taking time to notice details they had previously overlooked in their haste. The quality of light on the wooden buildings, the sound of a blacksmith's hammer ringing in steady rhythm, the smell of bread baking in an oven somewhere out of sight. The path up to the falls was familiar now, but somehow different in the clear morning light, less ominous, more welcoming. They walked in comfortable silence for the most part, the kind of silence that exists between people who know each other well enough that conversation is optional rather than obligatory. Occasionally Holmes would point out something, a particular rock formation, the way the trees grew at different angles depending on exposure to wind, the tracks of some animal crossing the path, and Watson would respond, and then the silence would resume, easy and unforced. The sound of the falls grew gradually, and this time Watson heard it differently, not as a threatening roar but as a constant presence, almost musical in its complexity. Waterfalling was not one sound but many. The main thunder of the drop, the splash of impact, the gurgle of streams reforming after the fall, the whisper of spray rising and falling back. It was a symphony of water, ancient and ongoing, utterly indifferent to human observers, but somehow not hostile in its indifference, simply existing according to its own nature. They emerged at the viewing point where so much had happened, where Holmes had struggled with Moriarty 7 years ago, where the phantom projections had appeared, where Moran had made his final offer of recruitment, and found it transformed by morning light into something almost transcendent. The sun caught the falling water and turned it into liquid light, and rainbows appeared and disappeared in the spray, brief and beautiful, requiring no explanation or justification, simply being what they were because water and light and the laws of physics made them possible. Holmes stood at the edge, not quite where he had stood during his struggle with Moriarty, but close enough, and Watson saw his friend's expression settle into something peaceful, contemplative. "I used to think," Holmes said quietly, "that Moriarty and I were locked in some grand cosmic struggle, that our confrontation here represented something larger than two men fighting at a waterfall, order versus chaos, rationality versus madness, good versus evil, all the comfortable dualities that let us make sense of conflict." He paused, watching the waterfall. But standing here now, seeing this place without the weight of immediate danger or theatrical apparitions, I realize how small we were, how small all human drama is compared to this. He gestured at the falls, at the mountains beyond. This has been falling for thousands of years. It will fall for thousands more. Moriarty and I struggled here for perhaps 5 minutes, and then it was over, and the water continued falling as though nothing had happened. Because for the water, for the mountains, nothing significant had happened. Just 2 more brief human lives intersecting and separating, no more meaningful than leaves falling into the stream. "That seems rather bleak," Watson observed. "Does it?" "I find it oddly comforting." Holmes turned away from the falls, and Watson saw that his friend was smiling slightly. "It means that our failures are not as catastrophic as we fear, and our successes are not as essential as we hope. The world continues regardless. We do what we can, solve what puzzles we can solve, protect what we can protect, and then we step aside and let others continue the work. There's a kind of freedom in accepting the limitations of our significance." They walked along the path that skirted the gorge, and Watson found himself seeing details he had missed in all his previous visits. The particular way moss grew on the rocks, always on the north-facing side where the spray reached and the sun did not burn it away, the small flowers that clung to crevices, hardy alpine species that bloomed despite the constant mist and cold. The patterns in the rock itself, layers of different stone laid down over millennia, each one telling a story of ancient seas and pressures and transformations that happened long before humans existed to witness them. "What will you do now?" Watson asked. "About the younger Moriarty? About the organization they're trying to rebuild?" Holmes was quiet for a moment, considering. "I'll investigate, certainly. I'll trace what connections I can find, disrupt what operations I can identify. But I won't obsess over it the way I once would have. The younger James Moriarty may be brilliant, may even successfully rebuild some version of his brother's network. But he's not his brother. He lacks the professor's absolute ruthlessness, the complete absence of human sentiment. I could see it in Moran's eyes yesterday, a kind of doubt about his new leader, a questioning of whether this resurrection can truly match the original. "You think it will fail on its own?" "I think it will fail because it's built on nostalgia rather than vision. The professor created something new, however terrible. His brother is trying to recreate something old, and that never works as well. The world has changed in 7 years. Police methods have improved, international cooperation has increased, and the romantic notion of the criminal mastermind has been somewhat tarnished by the reality of what Moriarty's organization actually did. The people it hurt, the lives it destroyed. The younger James will find the ground less fertile than his brother did." They had walked nearly a mile along the gorge path, and now they turned back, retracing their steps toward the main viewing area. The sun had climbed higher, and the quality of light had changed, becoming harder, more direct, burning away the soft mystery of morning and replacing it with the clear certainty of midday. "I've been thinking about retirement," Holmes said suddenly. "Real retirement this time, not the half measure I've been practicing. No more cases, no more investigations, just the bees and the chemistry and the quiet contemplation of problems that have solutions, puzzles that can actually be solved rather than merely managed." Watson felt a pang at this. Not quite sadness, but something adjacent to it. The recognition that an era was ending, that the partnership that had defined so much of his adult life was entering a new phase. "You're certain?" "No, but I'm considering it seriously. Yesterday, standing at the edge with Moran, I felt tired, Watson. Not physically tired, but existentially weary. Tired of the endless cycle of crime and investigation, of the temporary victories that are immediately replaced by new challenges." Moran was right about one thing. The darkness doesn't end. There will always be another criminal genius, another organization to dismantle, another mystery to solve, and I find I no longer have the energy or the desire to be the one who confronts them all. What would you do instead? Holmes smiled. Write, perhaps. Not about my cases, you've done that admirably, and I have no desire to compete. But about other things, the science of deduction as a formal discipline, beekeeping techniques, the chemistry of tobacco ash, which has always fascinated me more than is probably healthy. I have notebooks full of observations and theories that have never been organised or published. That might be useful work. Passing on what I've learned before the knowledge is lost. They reached the main viewing point again and stood side by side looking at the falls that continued their eternal descent, indifferent and magnificent. Will you miss it? Watson asked. The thrill of the chase, the satisfaction of solving impossible puzzles. Perhaps, but I'll also miss many things if I continue. The quiet mornings I could have spent in my garden, the books I could have read, the thoughts I could have thought if my mind wasn't constantly engaged with criminal motivations and forensic evidence. Life is a series of trade-offs, Watson. We choose what to pursue and accept what we lose in the pursuit. I've pursued criminals and mysteries for most of my adult life. Perhaps it's time to pursue something else. Watson thought about his own life, his medical practice that had become more routine than challenging, his writing that had slowed to an occasional article, his comfortable but somewhat lonely existence in London. I envy you, he said finally, the clarity of knowing what comes next. Do I know? I have ideas, preferences, inclinations, but clarity? Holmes shook his head. I suspect clarity is something we assign retroactively, looking back at decisions and pretending we knew what we were doing when we made them. At the moment, we're all just guessing, choosing paths based on incomplete information, and hoping we chose well. They began the descent back to Meiringen, and Watson found himself memorizing details, the particular quality of light through the pine trees, the sound of their footsteps on the rocky path, the easy rhythm of walking beside someone whose presence had become so familiar it was like walking beside a part of himself. He understood, without Holmes saying it explicitly, that this might be their last case together, their last adventure in the old style. Whatever came next, Holmes's retirement, Watson's own future, it would be different from what had come before. The village appeared below them, peaceful and ordinary, going about its business with no awareness of the significance their visit had held. Children played in the square, vendors called their wares, life continued in its ancient patterns, as it had before they arrived and would after they left. Thank you, Holmes said as they reached the village outskirts, for coming to Switzerland, for standing beside me at the falls, for being willing to disobey direct orders when your judgment suggested I needed protection. You've been the best friend a man could have, Watson, and I don't say that often enough. Watson felt his throat tighten. We've been good for each other, I think. You've given me purpose when I needed it, adventure when I craved it, and friendship when I didn't know I was lonely. Whatever comes next, I'm grateful for what we've had. They reached the Englischer Hof and found Herr Steiler waiting with news. The police had completed their preliminary investigation and were satisfied that the phantom apparatus had been entirely dismantled, that Moran and the Frenchman were securely detained, and that no immediate further danger threatened the village. The falls could return to being simply a natural wonder, a place of beauty rather than mystery. Will you stay longer? Steiler asked hopefully. Enjoy the mountains, rest, recover from your exertions? Holmes and Watson exchanged a glance, and some wordless communication passed between them. I think not, Holmes said gently. We've done what we came to do. The apparitions are explained, the danger is past. It's time to return home, to let Reichenbach be simply Reichenbach again, rather than the site of my greatest battle. They spent one more night in Meiringen, dining well on local specialties, drinking the wine Steiler had promised, talking of inconsequential things, books they had read, places they had visited, memories from their years together that had taken on the warm glow of nostalgia. The weight of the past days lifted gradually, replaced by something lighter, more peaceful. The next morning they departed early, taking the local train down the valley as mist still clung to the lower slopes, and the peaks caught the first sunlight. Watson watched the mountains recede through the train window, watched Reichenbach Falls become a white thread in the distance, then a memory, then simply one of many experiences filed away in the vast catalogue of a life fully lived. Holmes sat across from him, already absorbed in a book on chemistry, his mind moving forward to new interests, new questions, new puzzles that had nothing to do with crime or criminals or the ghosts that haunted Swiss waterfalls. And Watson found himself at peace with this, with the ending of one chapter and the uncertain beginning of another. They had come to Reichenbach expecting ghosts, and had found instead the far more mundane reality of human ambition and theatrical illusion. They had confronted the past and discovered it was less fearsome than memory had made it, that even the greatest dangers diminish with time and distance and the simple fact of survival. The falls would continue falling, the mountains would continue standing, and somewhere in all that vast indifference, two men had briefly made their mark, solved their mystery, and moved on to whatever came next. It was enough. It had always been enough. The train carried them westward, toward France, toward the Channel, toward England and home, and the gentle, ordinary rhythms of lives that would be, perhaps, less dramatic, but no less meaningful for their quieter register. And behind them, in the mountains of Switzerland, the Reichenbach Falls roared on, eternal and indifferent, keeping no secrets because they had never been asked to, being simply and perfectly themselves, falling and never quite reaching the end. That's our story for tonight. Perhaps you're settling into the quiet midnight of Zurich, the soft seaside air of Cape Town, the warm night hum of Mexico City, or the gentle calm of Copenhagen. If this moment brought you comfort, like the episode and subscribe for more nights filled with quiet dreams. Let the darkness feel soft around you. Let your thoughts drift slowly. Let your dreams rise like a quiet tide. Sleep peacefully now, wherever you are in this vast and beautiful world.